Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So, without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the. Oh, wrong glasses. These ones are too powerful. Let me back up. Welcome to the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. We've got some team meetings coming up a little bit later. And I've been jumping around a little bit, working on different things. There's, I suppose, many different concerns that I have as the director and designer and lead developer that I'm trying to stay on top of. And yeah, I guess I'll just talk about them with you in a little moment. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Most specifically, Eyes, who's just gifted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subs. Thank you so much, Eyes. Welcome also to Swizz, to Cube, Virtue versus Vice, anybody lurking on YouTube, and big thanks to most recent follower, Taso Notes as well. All right, so, pardon me. So we're in like a kind of an awkward position right now, just in my day-to-day, and I've been really feeling this as I've been trying to be productive and make sure I'm getting stuff done, which is the fact that like there are so many places that I can put effort into, and I like certainly want to put effort into those places, and some of it is like for the sake of a trailer, some of it's for the sake of just like having the bones of the game in, and some of it's for the sake of like making sure that my team has work to do. There's a lot of different sort of areas of work that I can invest my time into. I'm trying to bounce between them in a way that doesn't feel like that makes me feel like I'm still making progress. Because if you spread out a work day too many times, you know, across too many projects or sub tasks, it feels like you don't get anything done. So it's tough. I mean, I've actually been thinking a little bit ahead at chapter 3 recently, doing some story related work. The game's story is not in a bad spot, but I need to be pretty brutal looking forward about exactly like what I can keep and what I need to cut, because I think it's going to be very possible to make it so that I can't accurately scope chapters 3, 4, and 5. If we do get some funding, I'm going to need to ramp up production pretty quickly. And I think I don't have like everything I need to do that. So yes, there's like a lot of stuff that's like whip in these areas, but not enough to really be able to say like, this is you know, how much money I want to spend exactly on animation for chapter 3, you know, like the budgeting side is going to be tough. Now, what I probably can do, there's kind of 2 ways to approach this, right? This is what I want in the game, and do I know how much it's going to take to get that done? And then there is, how much money does it cost to get a certain amount done? And then there's, if I have this amount of people, how much time is it going to take them to get this stuff done? So the thing that I think we're going to end up having to do before long is, rather than talk about what I've written and what it's going to take to get that done, I think the other side of that conversation is practically what can we get done in the amount of time we want to, and what can I cut from the game or compromise from the game that will save us time and money and help us get to where we want to go. For example, chapter 3, I actually have like written in the story, parts of like gameplay that happens here, maybe 2 or 3 scenes, and even like after here, between here and here, there's kind of like a scene that I've written out that would imply like a mini game to do with like wrangling sheep and stuff. And I just don't have like a clear, like, I can justify it from a gameplay, you know, from it being fun or like pacing perspective, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, if you sit there and say, here's the budget, here's the time you have. That's one of those things where I just don't know if I can make it work. And across the back half of the story, like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to get communicated that, well, needs is a, you know, flexible thing. So like it could be communicated. And I just find myself getting a little bit overwhelmed by that job of like, I need to spend time on all of this stuff. And also at the same time, like, you know, what's happening still in the systems world, which is what we spent a lot of time on chapter 1 doing. So like right now, I'm working on health bars because I don't yet have, well, I just started refactoring the health bars properly because there's a bunch of stuff in there that they need to be able to do that they're not doing currently. So yeah, like, do I feel bad about that or not? You know, that's the tough part. I think I shouldn't feel bad. I think I should just do it, whatever I need to do, but try to dedicate a certain amount of time per day to different things. So I don't know. It's really hard. Like, I know that I'm doing like the quote unquote right thing. I know that I'm not doing anything wrong. It just feels so tough to feel good about how it's going. I don't know. Because there's no like checkpoint, you know? Anyway, so what I'm trying to do today with these things is when I do damage, right? Notice how there's like white here and yellow here. What I'm trying to do is when values go up to represent positive feedback, I want to use bright color. And when values go down to denote like a lack of positive feedback or something resetting, for example, like when I do that and it bursts, that's not really, you know, expressing something about this character, and the character's not reacting in a specific way. What I think I want to do is put the character in sort of like a dizzy state and then have this flash for like 5 seconds or so, and then start like you know, flash as it's cooling down, basically giving you an idea of like, you have an advantage right now, use it or it'll be all gone soon. That kind of communication of like what's happening with the state of the game is something that it has to be addressed. Otherwise there's just weird confusion. Like same thing with the links, and I think we're at the point where it's like, let's just simplify the state and then communicate what's there better. Do a better job of communicating the state. It's tough. It's really tough. It requires like so much confidence on my part and just like definitiveness to not iterate, you know? And iterating is great. Iterating is what we want, but it's not something that I can really afford to do too much of. So nonetheless, you know, we keep going. All right. Part of it is just like for example, today, this floating life bar, this used to support the bars, or just all health bars, used to support sprite renderers and image renderers. And the code did so much extra work because it didn't know whether or not you had an image renderer or a sprite renderer. And today I just ripped out the sprite renderer support. So it's like simple, you know, if it only does one thing, then you only have to test for one thing. I'm about to do that with sequence players as well. There's like too many ways to start a sequence and they don't all behave the same way. And it's causing bugs in the game when players are like, well, how does this, what am I supposed to do here? Why did this behave differently to that? How come Armin walked in front of the NPC in this cutscene and then didn't in this cutscene? How come when I jump in the air, Armin freezes in this cutscene, but lands on the ground and then stands in front of the NPC, and then the cutscene starts in this instance? So it's just like the stuff like when you kick the tires, it should hold up, you know? It should, across the board, be pretty stable. One sec, pals. All right, so ding dong. Let's make this work. So this extra like flashing behavior, it's tough because I don't really have like the way that the bar works. It doesn't have like states, right? Like the bar doesn't have states. So the bar now needs to have like, I guess states driven by other aspects of the code. So in this case, like, I suppose the combat bar is tied to the pressure bar, the pressure value. And the pressure value needs to have, I suppose, its own state machine. And I suppose this is where things are getting, I'll tell you what's happening right now that's frustrating me. Architecturally, I can explain it. Hey, Shortwave. So like you have like, for example, I don't actually need this to do that. I could do it in Figma. This is what's frustrating me. And it's hard. It's making the game harder to QA that this is happening. And I can't afford for the game to be hard to QA. So it's like this. There is like, say the character, right? That's the character, which is, or enemy, whatever you want to call it, is like a script. And the character has a stun, module. And the character also has a life module. And the character also has a health bar. And the character also has a stun bar. And the character also has a pressure component module. And all of these things collectively determine aspects about like what's happening with the character right now. So for example, these two show you what's happening with the state machine, but the state machine also has like behavior. So like stun behavior. So like the character takes damage through the life component, which then informs all of the behaviors and the pressure module about something that's happened. We got hit. And then these have to determine pretty much like who's in charge, like what happens now that we've gotten hit. And that's like on damage, but there's also like this bar, this thing, which is like filling up. And when it reaches the top, when it fills all the way up to the end, it should also dictate what should be happening with the enemy. So the problem isn't to do with like logically, I know why all of these things exist. It makes sense why they are things. The problem is like, is the bar should just be a display reflecting the state. The state is kind of composite. Like for the character, for example, I want to do this thing where the character gets like dizzy. That's my like, that's the thing I want to happen when you break the pressure module. So like you attack the enemy enough times, the bar fills, they go, oh, and they start wobbling. This dizzy thing should happen. Like I said, the causal link here is this. The pressure module makes us go dizzy. And that has kind of like nothing to do with these, or like maybe dizzy should be like a part of stun behavior. So there's this kind of like aspect where like this will happen with one character, but like maybe a different character doesn't have these things. So like when I'm defining the health bar, does it expect a stun bar? Do you know what I mean? It's kind of this like the flow of logic, not even just logic, it's like the flow of ownership of what is like happening and who gets to determine what. That flow is very difficult to manage when different characters or different enemies can have different needs. And it's not a question of like, can I do it? I can do it. The question is like, is it simple enough to not be complicated? Is it as simple as it needs to be so that it doesn't cause problems down the line? That's the problem. And it's so hard to keep it straight because you can refactor something and not necessarily get like closer. Like I want to just keep it simple, but yeah, it's tough to do that. In any case, you guys can't help me. It is what it is. I just need to like, what's the word? Revert back to design principles and just make sure I'm just applying good design principles and it'll sort itself out. It's just frustrating. So like, for example, right now, this stagger bar is a combat bar. Combat bar is the same between health and stagger. But because I want to do this extra thing, now I have to define some extra behavior. Where does the behavior live? Does it live at the bar level? Does it live at the pressure level? Does it live at the life level? Does it live at the behavior level? All these different levels that I could store this a new piece of logic that's going to touch all of them a little bit. Well, but where does it live, you know? Very annoying. I suppose the pressure bar is the pressure class is the thing that determines recovery. So I suppose what we could do is have like a this is the other thing, like do I impose like a state pattern here, or do I just use like a boolean to ask if we're at max? So this will return true when I break the bar, e.g. this stun event pops, not stun event, stagger. So it will be true if it's max, but actually it's not even what I want. I kind of want, yeah, it's so tough. I guess I just have to expect it to be wrong until I refactor it after I build it. What is broken? Okay, we already have a boolean that's doing this. Okay. All right. So combat bar. Now here, this thing hasn't got any idea about the combat bar. Doesn't know how to flash right now. It doesn't know how to do that. Should the bar know how to flash? I suppose so. It's just like, I guess that's where the state behavior comes in. Well, the bar's just going to want to do what it does. Like, generally, it's going to want to do that all the time. I don't want every combat bar to be... This is the problem. Like, right now, these are both combat bars. There's actually no distinction. It's just two different bars that are tracking two different values. But I want this one to do a special thing. So I suppose what I could do is just extend. I use like inheritance here. That's the only way, I suppose. All right. It's not a composition thing. I think it's an inheritance thing. All right. Why can't I put them in the UI? Strange. I could put that in there. Can't put that in there. I guess because health bar is already in there. Okay. Also, what is health bar doing? Is that a script I need anymore? That don't look right. Get rid of that. All right. So Hey, did you really? Oh, that's cool. We did meet for lunch like a couple months ago. That's crazy. Yeah, I did meet them. What the hell? Which video? The Irish one?
Over the past 10 plus years, I've...
That's so funny. Where are we at? Oh, right. There are a lot of Irish people in Sydney, actually.
Australia, and I spend most of my time there.
Hey, that's me. Hey.
Talking to people involved in indie games dev, collective action, and museum curation about the current state of
Yeah, Danny's cool. We had lunch in Darling Harbour in Sydney, thanks to Ryan. Ryan Penning is kind of like... Let me see if I can get this for you. I'll bring this back up. We'll talk a little bit more about it. Share it? You can... What do you mean by share
Over
it?
the past 10 plus years, I've visited hundreds of video game studios, and what's always surprised me is how often I bump into people from my homeland, Australia.
So, this is Ryan Penning. He has his eyes closed here, but he doesn't always. Ryan is like the guardian angel of the Sydney game development scene. He does so much. He's a producer. He has been a producer in game dev studios here in Sydney, but he also runs Waypoint, which is like a bunch of like... I'm going to struggle to say this correctly, but Ryan and Lizelle run Waypoint, which essentially involves kind of functions, game developer meetup functions with the industry. This is Pat Newham. He made a game called The Master's Pupil. I don't know everyone's name here. It's going to kill me. This is John. He works at Not Doppler. This is Paul. He worked on a game called Boomerang Foo, which has been at the top of the like Switch store forever. Lizelle worked on a game called Aluri, which is a side-scrolling platformer that's all got like hand-drawn art. These two gentlemen, I know them casually, but I don't remember their name because I'm blanking right now. But yeah, these are some key faces in Sydney game dev. Certainly not all of us. It's like hundreds of people, but these are people that I have met, and yeah, we were all invited to this lunch just to chat with Danny and I guess mingle a little bit. Organized by Ryan. You made a modular handler. Sure, actions. Yeah, I understand what actions are. I think I always say this, but I don't think you are streaming on YouTube, are you? I am streaming on YouTube, but I'm streaming on YouTube on my secondary channel, which is at Indie Tales Live. That one. Yeah, these are all cool. I'll show you like Lizelle's game is Aluri. I think is how you spell that. Or is it Aluri game? Survival game. It's certainly not a survival game. This is Lizelle's game. Pretty cool, huh? And this is Paul's game. This is Paul. He made Boomerang Foo. It's done very well. This came out early in the Switch's life cycle, and it just sort of stayed on the top of the charts for ages. It's a cool party game, kind of like, you imagine like a Smash Brothers kind of thing, but it's top down. John here is like the CEO of Not Doppler. Like he created Not Doppler, which is like a studio and platform, and these guys like have made a Brazilian dollars on mobile. More games, please. Where's the rest of them? Earn to Die, Food Stylist, Crash of Cars. Dude, I was playing this game independently. Like, I didn't even know that they made this game. I was just playing it, and then I met John, and I was like, you made that? Earn to Die, Tap Tap Dash. They made a bunch of games. He's got like a proper, like an actual studio made off of the back of the studio's like revenue. Like John is so legit. I mentioned the master's pupil as well. This is also very hand painted. This is it's kind of like a puzzle game that Pat made. It takes place in Monet's eyeball, I think is the tagline. So there you go. No YouTube, it seems. I know I'm live right now. I can see it. Is it not public? One sec. Stream settings. Oh, literally no one is watching right now. Why is it not allowing me to do that? What the hell? This stream is... You guys, I'm live on the stream. How does it not... Oh, no. It's running. What the heck? I've never seen that before. Let me see if I can do something about this. Maybe it's private. Let me see what I can do. Sorry about that. Content, live. It is private. How did that happen? Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, let me know if you can see it. I am streaming on YouTube, I promise. Yay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. This gentleman is working on a game called Your Humble and Faithful... Your Humble and Faithful... It's not... Game. I think it's called... Oh, this is going to kill me. It's not your humble and faithful servant. It's like a cult game. PAX 2025 Oz. PAX Oz 2025 Indie. Oz Indie Showcase. I know he was at PAX. Oh, Doggy Don't Care is made by another friend of mine too, actually. That's Rowan's game. You're loyal. I'm gonna get it. Your exhibit. It might not be on Steam. I gotta give the shout out though. If I don't give the shout out, I'm... Oh, Couchess. That's the guys from Sydney as well. I might have scrolled past it too. Ah, your holy and virtuous heretic. There it is. That is his game. And then the final game that I haven't called out yet is this gentleman's name. I don't know, but his game is called Citizen 31, maybe? No, Citizen Red? Something Citizen Red? Anti-Citizen Red is his game. He works in a team of, I think, 3. It's going to kill me that I can't remember his name. But it's like a kind of PS1 style action game. It is not reverent. It is irreverent. The guy with his head in a petrol canister. So, some of the people in this photo. Did I miss anybody? I think I talked about everyone. Cool. Alrighty, so we're gonna make this pressure bar in 15 minutes. So pressure bar is a combat bar. Pressure. Called pressure. And then public void assign pressure. Pressure P. Pressure equals P. I guess. The pressure doesn't know anything about the bar. Is that right? So then how does the bar know about what it's doing? Surely the life component sets it up, right? Floating life bar set stagger bar. Okay. Then it's floating life bar that has this. Stun bar. So stun bar right now is typed combat bar, but it needs to be typed pressure bar. Which for some reason it doesn't want to accept yet. .cs, that will help us. This needs to be public. How did that happen? Alrighty. So let's clear that. Let's go to here. Let's go to floating life bar. And then when we call pressure bar, where do we do it? Life pressure on stun event of pressure bar. Yep. Okay. So if we go to floating, it's actually called small health bar, I think. You will have a pressure bar that's gone missing. And on your stagger bar, this will now need to be called pressure bar. And I want to take this, put it there, take backing value there, put it there. I want this to be .75 tolerance, drains, fills, sure. Let's remove that and place this right here. Okay. Adam should do more event-based coding, but I think I do a lot of event-based coding. Look at all of this. Look at all those events. You're saying I should... Yeah, I do it all the time. One, two, three, four, 5 events. All right. So... yeah, that's passing in a lambda of an action so that it calls this when that happens, because shatter doesn't take the same parameters, I think, as on stagger, or maybe it does. Wait, can I just do this? Look at that. But not that. There we go. Okay. So that's going to be okay. I mean, that's just experience, Bam. It takes time. But like today, I'm trying to fix this thing because it's a little confused. Or I'm trying to extend the functionality from something that's currently generic. So now I need to split it out into like 2 different classes, one that has the extended functionality and one that doesn't. I'm using inheritance to do it. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to keep going. So stagger bar is a pressure bar. Pressure bar is going to have a public I like the design of state is truth. Modules write to it. Bars read from state. So UI read from state, never write. Modules never read from each. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I'm doing it. The trouble is that I'm adding a substate to a component that is generic. And so I need to make that generic more specific so that I can define the additional state and then choose between the default behavior and the secondary behavior. That's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. I'm applying that state pattern. And it might even be like combat bar here. I might need to make all of this stuff like literally a state. Like using like a state machine pattern so that I can toggle between the two more comfortably. Because like all of this, like this update function, I guess I would call that like, yeah, like all of this, all of the whole, like everything that this health bar wants to do is kind of like resolving what it should be doing per frame. Whereas the thing I want to do is kind of like stopping that for a while, doing something else for a bit, and then returning back to this when I'm ready. I'm just not sure if that is going to be acceptable. It might be harder than it looks. Okay. So, the combat bar has an update function, and I'll call this update values, so that public void update values. And then in pressure, I can have if blah, so like bool, I could say if pressure dot broken, and I think broken is a thing, but I might just say like is broken or something like that. Do some stuff, else literally update values. The problem is that even like the bar, a lot of its behavior is based on events that it receives. So it needs to be like almost ignoring those events throughout this process. Or the events from above shouldn't be called down to it. That's the other aspect of it. This is what I was talking about earlier, about this flow of logic, where like there's so many different, the stream of logic and who's responsible for that logic. It's like looking at a tree, you know, and grafting the tree onto a bigger tree, but first needing to slice it up and then graft the different bits in different parts. That's just programming though. I'm complaining, but that's just how it is. All right. So basically, how do I stay positive and focused on the world as I make it cooked? Honestly, I swear to you, James, I'm genuinely, when I say this, please believe me, I struggle so much. Like yesterday, I was like just tearing up. Just, there was nothing happening. And I was just like going through it. The world is cooked, man. It sucks. And it's really hard for me to stay positive. Genuinely, like I can't, it's, I no joke. Look, let me prove something to you. In the last 5 days, I've uninstalled like all the competitive games that I have, and I removed, actually I kind of got inspired by PewDiePie. He released a video recently about this. Let me do this, and then this, and then this. I literally added a Chrome extension to YouTube that removes the recommendations and the home screen. So if I watch a video, like, I don't know, Final Fantasy, you can get the results, but when I press play, you don't get recommendations anymore. Like, I'm literally trying to unplug as much as possible, to the point where yesterday, do you know what I pulled out for the first time in like 10 years? My 3DS. Because you know what? My 3DS does not friggin' bombard me with ads, My 3DS does not make me feel bad. My 3DS just have the fun games. When I was young, all the games did was be games. And only the pixels that the developers wanted to be for me to see were the pixels that I saw. So I'm just like trying to back up a little bit because I'm so like, I wish I could uninstall TikTok, but I kind of need it for streaming and stuff. But I'm one step away from like removing all of my shorts apps and just reading books. That's where I'm at in my life because it feels like crap. Waking up, opening my phone and scrolling through like yesterday I was showing Malishka like back to back 5 articles on Reddit in a line all about NVIDIA DLSS 5. I'm swiping them on TikTok, back to back Iran-Israel war stuff. Like it's not normal for a person to have their like consciousness bombarded with hell constantly, you know? It's not normal. And I think staying positive, if you're constantly bombarded with hell, it's natural not to be positive. That's normal. You're not crazy if you feel bad. So yeah, like it's fine. You probably should be feeling bad, but it also means like trying to take back your life. Hey Mo, how's it going? Not too bad. How are you? After all that. It's so demotivating. But in a way, like I like the problem that I have is this. My job was bound up in all of this. And so no matter what happens, I have to be aware of it. I can't just tune it out. I have to be conscious of the fact that maybe the next announcement, the next thing, or the analytics that over the last 6 months, whatever, if I'm not plugged in, I won't see the trends. And if I'm not at least aware of the trends, then like I won't have the insurance of knowing like what I should be doing with my life, you know? So it's totally affected my motivation to make YouTube content. It's completely affected my motivation to work on the game and to stream today. I show up despite that because it still makes the most sense to do it every day. I still want to be here. You know, I try to, the thing I try to say to myself is like, me doing this is providing other people sanity. You know, like you get to watch someone just like work normally and be human and not constantly be fixated on horrible things. I literally took down the stream a couple of days ago talking about all the AI stuff because I just felt like it wasn't what I wanted to be putting out into the world. You know, like I want so badly to spend the next hour and a half ranting about DLSS 5. I want to write a big essay about it. At the same time, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to have to talk about it. It's not like aspirational for me to fixate on the distinction between art direction and realism. It doesn't make me feel good to argue with people on the internet about like what we should want games to look like. That doesn't make me feel good. That's not preferable for me. I feel compelled to do it because there's like, it feels like an injustice is being, you know, affected, like is being inflicted on us. You know, it feels like there are people out there who don't have any idea what artistic direction means, and that like every film you've ever watched was reality in that it was filmed through a camera, but also was fully art directed. It had like dozens of people working on how it looks. So like, I don't want to have to talk about that stuff. It's like, why do I have to defend that? You know, why are like Why is art something we have to defend? It shouldn't be happening. It's weird. Like human art, human effort is something that we have to sort of like come to the defense of. We've never had to do that, and it's tiring. Because that's like my whole thing. That's all I do every day is try to make art and be a good director. I was trying to explain it to Malishka. I was like, she couldn't understand why I was so upset. It's like, I just feel assaulted every day. All right, it's team meetings time. And I'm pretty, unfortunately, I'm quite empathetic. You know, like I find myself feeling the feelings of the things that I'm watching. I can't just like go, oh, that's not me. You know? Because it feels like it's happening to me. Animation review. All right. We're doing an animation review. Do. Animation review.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's all right, all things considered. Ranting aside.
Yeah, I'm listening in. Yeah, now I get it.
Yeah.
No worries.
I mean, I'm sleeping okay this week, and I've been exercising a lot, so trying
Yeah,
to.
I need to get back into that.
Yeah, sleep and exercise. Yeah, I should do that too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
went to the doctor yesterday. It was not good. So just trying to what do they call it? Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. That thing.
Yeah. Mhm.
All right. Shall we chat about animation stuff? Fun
Yes.
fantasy
Yeah.
video game animation. All right. How about we start with Luca? Where are you at the moment?
Hi. I guess the biggest animation I've done is the lynx and stork animation.
Mhm.
So like I realized that one has to well, it should work in reverse as well. I think
I'm okay. I've got an issue with the stalk behavior, and it's not just the animation. It's all of the enemies that use it. Somehow, the first enemy I did, which was the Hunden, its stalk seems quite natural. Its ability to like hold 1 foot forward and just hang in the air on one frame seems natural. But for everybody else, I feel like it adds this sense of like when the character is paused, it looks broken. So especially with like the depending on what we do, like for the stalk that you've got, if I've got this right, let me just go up to Hunden.ace. Hunden basic, Hunden movement maybe? Yeah, so this stalk here, its feet are quite low to the ground. And if you stop it at any point, it still looks like it's mostly supporting its weight. You know, like it could pause here or here or here, and it's not a big deal. Whereas the walk, and I guess the walk is the same, but the barbarian, Wolverine, the barbarian, trying to use this walk as a stalk, sometimes it'll just get to here and stop. And this stopping like this just doesn't feel very satisfying. It feels like something is broken. So sorry to jump in. I sort of just literally stole the conversation.
That's all right.
I'm in the half of a mind to make it so that either we remove the behavior altogether or mandate that like like it's go through the effort of making it work as well as it does with the Hunden, where it's so
Mm.
stable, and it's only the legs kind of skirting along the ground so that it doesn't look too broken. Even so, like, because you can't do, like, you wouldn't do an idle for every one of these frames, where it's like breathing in this position or breathing in this position or breathing in this position. You wouldn't do that. So it's necessarily going to be kind of static.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was working that way. I had assumed that if he's still, it'll just transition back to the idle pose.
Well, we could,
Yeah.
well, yeah, right now it just holds on the frame. Um,
Okay.
we could make it
Yeah.
transition back to idle, and this is kind
Maybe.
of like dependent on the character. So
Mm,
if the Langston can transition back to the idle, if it snaps to idle and it looks okay, I'm okay with it. Um, yeah,
yeah. From
I'll let
what
you
I've
keep talking.
seen, it looks all right. Maybe because
Okay,
the Langston generally moves really quickly. Like he
sure.
might stalk for like a few frames and then quickly do a backdash. Like
Mm,
you don't really. I don't know. He doesn't. From what I noticed, he doesn't really just stand there
okay,
or stop. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe yeah, a bit of more play testing.
sure.
I have a
Um,
stupid question.
Yes.
for
If
me.
you wanted to avoid making like idle animations for every frame,
Mm.
could you script like an in-engine thing that
Oh,
just sort of fudges it by squishing the whole sprite in like a breathing
yeah,
motion?
as I was sort of describing that we wouldn't do it, that crossed my mind. It's certainly something we could do, but
Yeah, like it wouldn't be perfect.
this is one of those things where, and I've been feeling this. I was sort of saying it earlier in the stream, but not very well. I would prefer for us to not do something than to have like 3 different edge cases that all sort of cover it but don't exactly, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
I'd rather just say, okay, it doesn't do this, than say, well,
Mhm.
maybe it does this most of the time, and as long as you squint and don't look, I don't think it's going to be good for us, because there would be
Yeah,
like other things, for example, that control the sprite's transform height, and
Mhm.
so now I need to remember, oh, for the enemies that can stalk, we need to make sure that they don't get squished or snapped by some
Mhm.
other logic somewhere else. So it's totally possible. Um,
If you had all the time in the world.
yeah, if we had all the time in the world and we didn't
Yeah.
need to solve for anything else, if that was the only thing we needed to achieve, then yes, I think it'd be okay. But um, there are too many. It's like situational solutions are what we need to be really careful of. Um, But in any case, Luca, if it's looking good to you, I'm happy to keep it around for now. I'll make like a more. I've been hoping to make a bit more of an executive decision on the links and logic once you're done with your current pass, because I do feel like still we might have to do some tweaking of like how long certain frames or like behaviors last on screen, like the combos, like should they be slower, how often does it happen, all that kind of stuff, just balancing it out.
Yeah.
um,
Mm.
so sorry, I'll let you you said one sentence and I careened us into a different.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, but I agree. Like even at the moment, like the whole end guard system, I don't know, for whatever reason, it just doesn't work anymore. And I didn't
uh,
really touch that. So I just kind of assumed it was because of the combat overhaul. So I just kind of left that for now.
hmm,
I'm not sure why. He just doesn't do the leap up in the
okay,
thrust anymore.
yeah,
Um,
I will, after this phase that we're in now, maybe even right now, if you're okay with me to do it, I'll just take over the scripting. Like, I think I have a pretty good vision in mind for how to trim back a lot of the logic and just have it be something a lot simpler that does the essence of what we're trying to do with it, but without all the edge cases.
oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, if you'd like. That's fine.
Yeah.
Uh,
When you're if you're okay with it, if you're still tweaking stuff, script wise, let me know.
All right. Okay, I guess I'll think about it. Yeah, I'll see where I'm at with it.
Okay. What about with your animation tasks for this week? How are you traveling?
For the Linkson, yeah, I'm going through and cleaning up a lot of them, and I'm filling in the colors. I've done, yeah, so the stalk and the shuffle back and forward, jump. Still got a few to go.
Okay.
Such as the fall, the knockdown.
So we're just blocking in right now, aren't we? The colors. We're not doing much more detail than that.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool. Okay. Cool. Well, I might. Yeah, it's. I'll let you do that, and then I'll grab on to the script and do some tinkering.
Yeah, but I'm happy to talk about it as well and collaborate it when we. Well, I don't know. We can schedule some time at some point.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
My thought on it would be, I want you to be working on other stuff. There's more animation stuff that I'd like to work on, and the links, and I just think we've put a lot of time into it, and it's been good to explore a lot of the possibilities. But I'm sort of in the mood of like, I just want to get it. I just want to get through it. You know, it's one encounter.
I think it's pretty much there, but just they're just those minor tweaks to just get it over the line, and then it's fine.
Yeah, I think like the bones are there for sure of what it needs to do, but there's like the fight to me with, like, I'm making some refinements now. There are just a few things that I'm doing with the combat system that the Langston was a nice guinea pig for. And I feel like whenever we prototype with this kind of stuff, like, you have to explore lots of possibilities and options, but then ultimately, like, it has to come back down to something that's super reasonable and straightforward. So I want to sort of hack away at it a little bit, and make, for example, the timings much more generous, make sure that it always responds the same way when you hit it in different contexts. I was talking to Elias about this, and it's not something that I don't really want to collaborate on the solutioning for it as such, because I feel like I would rather make the terms simpler than try to figure out, again, just like we were talking about with the stalk, like, I don't want to get into the nitty gritty of what should happen in the event of a trade with the Lengson. I'm sort of more thinking about, like, does the combat system support trades, for example, like 2 hits hitting each other? Yeah. And I think I just need to rationalize it independently at the moment. It's not anything personal. I'm just, trying to.
No, fair enough. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, some of it's a taste thing as well. Some of it is just me trying to go, hang on, what is it that I want? You know, what am I trying to achieve with this? And it's just easy for me to have the conversation internally. Cool. So I'm happy, like I said, happy to let you keep going with those animations. And if there is, as you're doing them, like, if there are any, let me open it up, animations that you feel currently don't behave at all like how you would expect them to in the game, feel free to let me know. Like, for example, the get up, like, if you think that needs an extra frame, or if like the amount of time that it spends on the ground, or like, I think there was aspects where all I'm saying is, as you're animating, if there's something that feels like it's like the behavior that like a normal player would need for it to be a fight that made sense, if the animations don't support that because we have not enough frames, feel free to let me know.
Okay. Cool. All right, I will do.
Yeah. But just because I know that we sort of prototyped some of these out, and then we're going straight into detailing them, but we haven't necessarily validated the frame counts on all of them. This one was another one, for example. Like, I'm not super happy with how the get up immediately goes into this hitbox without it telegraphing.
Yeah, that one's really quick at the moment. Yeah, that's right.
But just it would be just a proposal. I'm not saying add the frames. I'm just saying let me know if there's anything that you see. And then let's try to get like how long do you think you need to get through this specific stage that we're on?
Well, probably or by Monday.
Yeah, that's fine. All right.
All right.
Let's do it then for Monday, and then I'll give you some different work.
Okay. No worries.
Sweet. Alrighty. Well, good stuff, Luca. Let's move on to Morgan. How's things going with you?
Good. I
That's
can
good.
upload what I've got so far.
Oh, please.
Not quite done, but
That's okay.
I did the body yesterday, so pretty much just finishing touches. He'll be done like today.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking good. Nice.
So yeah, pretty much just need to do the arms and the belt, and then he's good.
Yeah, he's coming along well. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So if there's anything you want to add on for me to do after that, I'll do that this afternoon and tomorrow probably.
Yeah, so I would like a few things that are coming out of the combat refinements from the last couple of weeks would be this stuff here. So these kind of like deflection animations that Armin is doing in these frames here, they're basically just snapping to like the extension frame of like Armin gets the, he holds the sword here, enemy hits him, and then he sort of snaps into this kind of like thing here. So holding, snap into that, and it just iterates through any of the three kind of at random.
Okay, cool.
So I can send you like basically these are the ones that I want, and then there was one more. Not this one. Rattle is the other one. So we might actually do like long term. There could be more than this, but essentially it's you hold the guard, and then these three can happen if you guard correctly, and then this is if you were like holding it too long and you got hit. He kind of does this like stumble.
Yeah.
And right now that's all I need. So just these three and this one. So I can send you this after you're finished with the marine, or you can grab it probably from the branch. And
what's it called?
It's really badly named. It's called Armin Sword Guard States.
Okay.
And then I might shuffle them around so that, or I don't know if I can color the tags. Can you do that? I'm not sure. Just because I don't like. Originally, this was designed. Some of these animations were there for a different interpretation of what I would do, such that like if you hold the button down, he sort of like brings the sword up. But I'm not doing that anymore. At least not right now. So, yeah, guard 1, 2, 3, and rattle.
Okay.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, that's all I got for you two right now. Thank you very much for joining me.
No worries.
No worries.
I'll see you all later on
Alrighty.
Monday. Okay.
See you guys. Bye.
Okie dokie. So we have actually a music sound effects meeting in like 12 minutes. Maybe for now though, we'll just go to updating health bars. Yeah, so what I want to do here is to basically use the health bar, and maybe this is something where I should be doing it like by fully taking over how these things work. I suppose that's what I'm doing here. I guess it is. Let's just keep going. Update broken behavior. Did you catch the Scale Seller and Tangy DD? I saw Tangy TD. I didn't see Scale Seller. So this would be set the, what the heck? Dry. Wow, set and dry are the same shape, but one key over. I wonder if that's on purpose. Okay, so set the bars to... There's a few things happening here. So like pressure, broken behavior is, oh my gosh, I can't write. Is as follows. Holy crap. Bar is full, flashing. Bar after bar begin. So, I would say, I imagine we have some amount of time or some condition where we determine the tick down of the pressure, the reset. And while it's resetting, it's still considered maxed. This is the thing that makes it complicated, because what I'm trying to do is have it look like this. Okay, so we got the bar. The yellow one, which is shorter. As you do damage, bar goes up. And when that happens, it goes kind of white. So the bar fills with white, and then the yellow replaces the white as it maxes out, as it kind of like reflects the fact that it like catches up. So the white shows you the recent increase, and the yellow shows you the total. So it'll look like that, and then maybe it'll look like this. And that fills up, and then once it hits the top, it should shatter, which looks like this. Or something. And then from there, what I want this to do is kind of pulse between like this color and like a much darker, redder sort of version of the same color, back and forth. So it's going bing, 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 like a traffic light. And then after a certain amount of time, it should do that while depleting. So it's like going down, going down, going down, going down, etc. until it resets. That's what I want to do with it. So for me, all of this behavior is like default health bar behavior. And then this is broken. So you would expect this is like break, I guess. Which is more an event. This is state. This is state. As it goes down, can it go up? No. So this broken state is just a visual. And this is why it was a little complicated for me, because it's not able to do any of this while it's doing this. It's not able to receive any new pressure while it's depleting. Basically, the enemy behavior will be as follows. While it's doing this is all like reward state for the player. The player can do whatever they want. The enemy gets like knocked around. That would be the goal. Maybe we should have a different color here altogether. You know, maybe it should be like just white and gray. Or maybe this should be like brown at first. And fills up to yellow. We could even or we could make this orange when it maxes out. There probably should be a color distinction, just so that you know visually stuff is different now than it was before. The flashing is a good idea, but I don't know. Anyway. This is what we are defining now. And while this is happening, none of this can be happening, which is what I'm trying to do here, is like do a pseudo state. Now, I imagine what I'd want to do with this is leave it at full until there's only like 1 second or 2 seconds left, 3 seconds left maybe. Greater than 3s remaining. That assumes that it's on a timer. And then 3, 2, 1, like 3, 2, 1, 0. You get the idea. All right. I have a meeting and I need to go to the bathroom just before it. So we'll take a beat. Back in a sec. Alrighty. Do. It's time for the sound effects review. One sec. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How about you?
I'm okay. Excited to listen to some sound effects.
Yeah. So I've in the same document, the
Mhm.
combat effects,
Hey.
I've added 3 more. They're all pretty much the same except for the like wrong note hit.
Right.
There's a couple different variations on that.
Okay. Cool. You're not doing the you fool the client by giving them the same thing 3 times and let them pick whichever one they like the most. Cool. Let's have a listen. Hey, that's pretty good. So the which sound is different?
The
Sorry.
very first one.
The very first sound. Okay.
Yeah, no, most of the videos like pretty much sound the same. So
They're so
Yeah,
similar though, that first sound.
they are.
They're
there's
like
just slight
identical.
difference.
What's the difference? The duration?
It's the first one is very clean, and then I was worried that it felt a little bit like you could hear 2 distinct notes in there,
Right.
because they are. So these next 2 are just like trying to kind of unify the sound.
Okay. And the difference between this one and this one is what?
This one is a little bit brighter.
Okay. Maybe these earphones aren't doing a very good job of getting the full
I mean,
spectrum.
they are very similar, so I don't blame you.
Okay. I would say right now, I like everything I'm hearing across the board. I think the only thing that I would want is if I could draw. So right now we've got like this ka-chunk, and then we've got dink, 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 ka-ching. And what I want to hear is I want this to be like lower by like a fair bit, and then everything else to be lower a little bit too, but not by as much. I just think something about like the pitch of it is like it's still maybe it's just these earphones. It could be. For me, it's kind of piercing. I might just let me change my earphones just for a second. I don't want to like do a bad job of this. It's entirely possible that I am like literally unable to give you objective feedback because I've been listening through crappy Sony headphones for like weeks and weeks. Sorry, I can't hear you if you're talking right now. Just FYI.
All good.
Now I have much better Sony headphones. All right. Let's try again. Yeah, I'm hearing the bass now a lot more than I was before. I wasn't hearing the bass at all before. I still think like on the balance, everything is a little bit more resonant than I would want it to be. And so maybe some of it is pitch and some of it's also just like the length of the track, of each little clip. Like maybe they could be shorter as well by like, 20% or so, 30%. I just think, and maybe I'll change my mind if there's music playing. In fact, why don't I do that? Why don't I play some music while we're listening? No, I think it should be something that like right now it kind of comes across as being like double the enemy vocalizations, but I don't think it needs to be double in terms of like presence. It kind of just needs to be 30% more. Also, if you're talking, oh dude, I don't know if I can hear you at all.
Sorry, I think I lost.
Oh,
You cut out for a bit there.
okay, cool. Anything you've said in the last 2 minutes, I think I missed.
Okay, I haven't. I've just been like agreeing.
Oh, okay, cool.
But nothing important.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So just to, in case anything was lost in translation, maybe the pitch could stay if we cut a little bit of the volume and resonance, like the duration of the reverb out, or like just like the tail, if we just shorten that a little bit. But my sense is that we could bring all of it down a little bit and shorten it a little bit, just to sort of send it back in the mix a little.
Sure thing. Yeah. I agree there. It does get a little bit like if we bring it down too far, it starts to not resemble the like a metallic kind of.
Right.
It starts to not do that, right? Like the kind of impressionistic style resemble metal without being explicitly metal.
Okay.
But yeah, we could definitely bring it down. Sure thing.
Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't bring the pitch like octaves down or anything. It would be like, I don't know what the tone is that we're up, like this second last one. Yeah. There's also like a subtle difference. I'm not sure how these are being authored, but the sounds as they are in the game right now, like if I was just to... this might not work. Are they the same? Has it got the same sort of... Have you authored them in a pretty similar way? Like the ones that we've got in there right now feel a little bit more, I guess just a bit tidier. Like they're more like tink than like, I'm hearing like sort of a sense of, say, like, not that sound, but like that one there, that boing. It's got like a lot of character in it. And I'm almost hearing like, I guess I'm hearing like almost like a triangle, you know what I mean? Like the instrument is kind of like where it's here. It's sounding closer to that than to like a, like a blade hitting with the blade. And I know how annoying I'm being, because if you take the starting prompt of like swords clashing swords, and then you apply, you know, cutesy game, try not to be too dull and Foley driven, you know, congratulate the player by giving them a sense of positivity in the feedback, you probably are going to end up closer to like musical instrument than clunking piece of metal. It might just be the resonance. Like if we just cut the tail on all of them, that might just solve it for me. But yeah, maybe we could try that.
Yeah, I think I understand where you're like where you're headed.
Cool. Okay, we are closer than the last round though. Like I do feel like we're pretty much there. And that I like that this sound is the last sound is different enough from the others that it feels like a state change. That's good. So yeah, let's go with that and see where we end up.
Sounds good. I'll also mention that right now my plan is to map the pitch of these sounds to the poise bar.
Yep.
So like,
yeah, it felt like
I think
that.
the video starts at like halfway through, but like the poise bar halfway through. But
yep,
you know, as the poise bar goes from 0 to 1, so does the pitch.
Yep, I think that currently is. I got that sense, and I wonder if it's something where we're going to end up with, you know, literally doing that or doing something that gives the sense of that happening. You know, whether it's the resulting pitch or the pitch that it started at. I don't know what the rules will be, but I'll let you just take a swing at it and just we'll go from there.
Cool. Sounds good.
Awesome. All right, Elias. Happy to have you. Yeah, go for it on that, and then we'll catch up on Monday.
All right. I'll see you then.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you. See ya.
Okay. I want to take these out because I remember why I'm not wearing them anymore. They're so hot. Oh, it's raining. Dude, I used to have these on and have a full head of hair. What was I doing? How did I not overheat? That's crazy. Yeah, I guess winter be like that. I miss it, man. I miss winter. I want it to be cold as balls. Hey, Adalachi. It is not easy. And I want to, like, I always try to be respectful as well when I'm giving feedback. And I try not to be like, you know, to say something sounds more like something than what it's supposed to sound like. I mean, it is critical. It's supposed to be critical, but like having that critique be more constructive than destructive is a tricky thing to do when you can only use words to describe it. We're so close. I feel like if I had the knobs in front of me, I could get it there, but I want Elias to do it because I'm paying him to. And I'm not being paid to do it, so he can do a much better job than I can. So I hope there's no clothes outside. Let me just check. I don't think there is. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, they were all it was really the only difference between all of those concepts was just the first sound. So they were all the same concept, really. Just that clonk on the first one. All right, so pressure. We don't yet have this, and I expect this will need a reference to it. So floating life bar on start, we say like that. That's right. You'll be hearing it all the time in the game, and it doesn't need to be like, you know, when we test these things in isolation, they become very focal because we're focusing on them. But in the game, the music should be the loudest thing, you know? The music should be the thing that's carrying you, and then the sounds are supporting the music, and the players, like, the sound effects should almost be like seamless and invisible rather than like pronounced and like ear catching. But that, I mean, that doesn't mean they shouldn't be audible. They should just be like not something that takes your attention away from what you're doing, but supports what you're doing. Okay. So I think this should be fine now. Good. Okay. And then okay, good. And then it went down on its own. Okay, that's pretty good. So Math F. Ping pong's a real thing. That's crazy. I'm imagining we want to sample a gradient. All right, so it's going to look like I guess something closer to this for now. Let's see if it works. Oh, actually, the purple's really cool. How do you prevent scope creep? Scope creep is, unfortunately, a really picky thing in game development because it's not a question of, like, here's the question. How do you know what scope is? What is in scope in a game? That's the hard part. The reason why scope creep happens is actually, in my opinion, a difference in values between the production mindset and the art mindset. Scope creep is, in fact, this idea that, like, well, the concept of scope creep is we need to build this, and instead we're building this. And all of this is creep. But how do you know what this is? How do you know what you have to build? What's the minimum thing you have to build? How do you know what that is? That's the challenge. Because sometimes, in order to know where the boundaries of your project are, you actually have to explore. You have to build something bigger than what you've got to know where its potential is. You have to explore different concepts, and sometimes that involves building outside of the eventual boundaries that you will settle on the game. Insignia is not way over budget. Insignia never had a budget. In fact, Insignia is on budget for everything that has been budgeted. The chapter 1 demo, we had a budget. We met the budget. Everyone got paid. I don't know. I think I'm getting new ideas as you make it make sense. I can see understanding something and wanting to make it better, but then again, is it worth it overall to achieve the goal of creating a game? It seems like a really hard thing to know while you're making it. It is a hard thing to know while you're making it. Yeah, it is a hard thing to know. And Zoran, I would say those are two separate things. I think it's really important to be, I genuinely think that it's one of the most important things for a developer to understand the distinction between some of these questions, because the answers to these questions can help you diagnose why you are asking them in the first place. Like, poor expectations is not the same as scope creep. Poor expectations is poor expectations. And having poor expectations is an issue with estimation. It's an issue with experience, right? It's not having the experience to understand how long something ought to take you and how ambitious you ought to be. Those are problems that are separate from distraction, right? That's not the same as, oh, I was supposed to build this, but then I got distracted and I built this, right? Those are separate problems. And so as a developer, if you don't understand which problems you're having, you won't know how to feel about them or how to fix them. You'll just feel like there are problems. Hey, Bam, that's true. Yes, you have to join the playtest to play the demo. It's a playtest demo. Yeah, I think I've learned so much about this, and I'm still learning about it. but to the extent that I have learned, it's been extremely valuable to spend time reflecting on why I feel a certain way about the game. And like, for me, I've never been able to get the things that I want solved in the time that I want to solve them. I've never been able to do that. But is your goal to finish a game within a certain time frame, or is your goal to make the best game you can make? And those aren't exclusive. You can have it be 40% of one and 60% of the other, you know, and some of that is literally about you understanding your own expectations, your own brief. Like for me, I took on a big project and I didn't think it would take me like a year. Like I knew it was going to take me a lot of time. I knew that I wanted to invest my energy into learning and that I wanted to make it right. I didn't think I need to get this one done quickly, and so I'll only make what I think I can make in that amount of time. I didn't do that. I just let my experience take me, you know. And I think that's okay if I'm okay with it, right? That's the challenge. Like, again, you're the one setting the goals. So it's just about understanding what your goals are, what your goals ought to be based on your expectations. And what's really important about that is that it's not just your expectations today, because you're not just making decisions for you today, it's your expectations for the whole project. Like, if it takes you 4 years, will you feel good about the fact that it took you 4 years, 4 years from now? That's who you're making the decisions for. Like, that's the mistake that I made. I took on a 5-year project that I wasn't too worried about becoming a 10-year project without thinking about how I'd feel 10 years later. Or I suppose the letting the project become bigger was contingent in my mind on the project being a success. So I basically created a lot of pressure for myself. I made it that it was okay if I spend 10 years, as long as the game's a huge success. And now it's like, okay, now I have like a couple of years left, or less than that, and it better be a big success. So like, that's something that I didn't appreciate that I was putting myself under at the time. Because at the time I was just learning and enjoying what I was doing. It takes a lot of maturity to be able to think about that stuff that way and be judicious about it. Some people, you know, it's not a big deal. And they just sort of, you know, they make it work, and some people don't care that much. You know, they just sort of set a realistic goal because they only have realistic standards. You know, they only want to make, or their dream is to make something small. You know, if you happen to have a dream to make something small, then great, you know, amazing for you. But if you have big expectations or big dreams, you know, that's different. It sounds a bit tragic. It feels a bit tragic, but this is the thing, like, if you took away all of the pain and risk and pressure, if you took away all the pressure, I love what I do. That's it. If I'm being super honest, I'll be like as honest as possible with you, right? I see game development as two necessary aesthetics. One aesthetic is the aesthetic of building something, systems, right? It's like building features. It's the engineering aesthetic. Engineers love to solve problems and build things. And the other aesthetic is storytelling and creating entertainment for other people. And I'll be honest, I like I like to build things more than I like to do what is involved right now, which is like the finishing part is harder because I don't get the dopamine hit of solving problems every time I build more content. Instead, I have the negative pressure of making sure that the content that I've just built solves the problems, like not solves the problems, but like meets, that it's all going to coalesce into something that's cohesive. That feels difficult. You don't get the tick every time you add a new chapter or a new story or a new character or anything like that. Instead, you get like one more block on the Jenga tower, you know? So for me, this section that we're going into of like 1.5 to 2 years of me just directing people to make the content, I will admit it's not my favorite thing. It's something that is going to be difficult for me to do. And I'm going to be having to push myself through that. Like, it's hard, especially because I need to transform my energy, right? The thing that I use to get me through the day, I need to transform that fuel into something else. I need to find the joy somewhere else. And I've been tinkering for so long that I've well and truly, you know, it's very habitual to tinker. So there's a lot of anxiety there, but like aspirationally, like the dream is the same. The way I feel about the dream and having the story be finished, that's very much still like got a lot of fuel behind it. Booyah Grandma says, do you think your systems and foundation are now strong enough to hold the Jenga tower of content? I mean, that's the conversion point from vertical slice to horizontal slice. All right, that's the point where you go wide instead of deep. And I've been hoping that I've been at that point for about 1 year now. And if I split up all the production values of the game, I've been systematically making those foundations. I've been meeting that standard, but on different systems at a time. So like I met the standard with storytelling. I met the standard with item economy and map, or at least proved that I was heading in the right direction, enough to have the confidence to build more content on top. Right now we're doing it with combat. That's just because the game is so big. It's not like work, validated, now build all the content. It's like, is this validated? 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 Across like 7 different axes. And then you go, okay, everything works. Let's keep going. But it doesn't even feel like a clean break that way. It feels like everything works until the next challenge, you know? Like right now, literally, I mean, we could talk about it really quickly. Let me just break it down for you, what the last month and a half has been for me. There's all this stuff that the game can do, and that works. You know, I've got like animations are satisfying, you know, check. We've got like that what's the way like enemy designs, behaviors gel with the progression system, you know, check, so that we can make content out of the enemies that makes sense for the place of the part of the game where it's in. We've got enemies can have distinct, feel in each engagement. But there's a couple of standards that oh, that's interesting. Does that tick if I... It knew how to make a square, but I don't know how to check the square. Did? Nope. Anyway, one of the standards that's kind of missing is like, do players respect enemy behaviors? That is essentially the biggest thing that I'm trying to solve right now, is how do I tune the combat system to influence the player mindset away from button mashing? And some of that is in feedback, some of it is in timings of animations, some of it is in enemy behavior, some of it is in game rules. Like, when do you get a parry? When do you get this feedback versus this feedback? And all of that communication, there's a lot of things that touch that. So like, I'm working on like the health bar right now. When an enemy is in a pressure state, I added the pressure states for the purpose of providing kind of like an extra, layer of effort that the player needs to engage in before they get the positive feedback of having their hits land. But then obviously this also needs to have like are the above systems, do the above systems have a gentle learning curve with a high ceiling? Yeah. When I look at games, I haven't played Silksong, but when I look at those games, I think what has made this so particularly challenging is that the terms of engagement in Insignia, the way that the combat is, where the fun is trying to be, is in a place that's kind of unique. And in other action games, where the fun is somewhere that's much easier to balance, because it's quite well established, and it's more about spacing than it is about combat states. So I don't know if Silksong is exactly like Hollow Knight, but Hollow Knight was very much about spacing. It was, don't stand here, stand here. Back away, enter in. And it means that enemies can be, for the most part, designed without really thinking about the player, because the enemies don't react to being hit by the player. They just do what they're doing. So it becomes like a Simon Says choreography thing of like, you have to watch the enemies. The enemies command respect that way. Insignia is trying to do that in a different way, and in a way that's less obvious. And it's not yet at a place where it's paying off, but I think it's close. The distinction is things like, can I make it so that an enemy can actively defend itself, as in hold its weapon up and block you, and you get a negative feedback, like you don't do damage because the enemy blocked you, as opposed to this enemy just has 400 health and so you have to wail at it for a long time. There's just like, there are the big enemies that have a lot of health, but I also want other kinds of interactions, and the summary of it is something that feels more like a fighting game than Castlevania. Like Castlevania, you just jump in and jump away while spamming the attack button. You're just always trying to poke. That's not what Street Fighter or Smash Brothers feels like. And this is trying to be more like those. And those games happen to be just a lot more in depth. That's just where we're at. Yeah, maybe I'll play it. I mean, I could just check out like we could check out Silksong. What does it look like? This far in is what I want. Yeah, there's also something else philosophically that I'm doing differently, which is that I'm trying to make Insignia slower. Fast is it's a bit of a... I won't say a crutch, but it's a little bit easier. Yeah, so like see how this enemy here, this encounter is not designed around what the player can do. The encounter is designed as what the enemy can do, because the enemy doesn't react to the player. All the enemy does is it does its, Jigglypuff thing, its rollout, until it's dead. But it's not trying to like manage space, It's not trying to like block your attacks, or it's just sort of doing what it does until it's dead. And you actually aren't really, I think because this game has contact damage, right? So it doesn't matter, like it doesn't have a weapon, it just like is a hitbox. So if it touches you, you take damage. That's very different from Insignia. And it's not to say that it's bad or good, it's just like a different philosophy that honestly, unfortunately, is, for me, unfortunately, it's a lot more straightforward to design enemies this way than the way I'm doing it. And the way I'm doing it, like, genuinely might not be better. Like, the way I'm doing it genuinely just might be like diminishing returns, not worth it. So it is what it is. Like in Insignia, you can have moments where the swords clash off of each other, then you get like a parry state, and then you can go into like combos and stuff. You do still have, like, for example, this enemy can like, charge and hit a wall, and then you can attack him, and then he can charge at you and you jump over him and then you finish him off or whatever. Like, I didn't have much health there. It still has those aspects. What the heck is going on here? Hang on a second. Get this out of here. There we go. But like in Insignia, there's like per enemy animation, there are correct responses. So like in this case, like with this enemy, you are supposed to backstep and dodge, and that steals the ability from the enemy. Then you can use it against him. So like the idea of like, to beat this enemy, you have to backstep. That's different to how it is in like Hollow Knight. In Hollow Knight, like you can just wail until they're dead. And in Insignia, like this is an early area of the game. So like you can just wail on the enemy. You can, but that's because this is like a level 1 enemy. This is like the first enemy you ever see in the game. Whereas like later on in the game, I want the enemies to be like little boss fights, where you're really having to think about what you're doing, kind of closer to like in like Ocarina of Time, like the wolves. You know, like this guy, you know, he's got combos against you that you have to parry in the correct direction. And maybe like cinematically, it's not as nice to look at compared to Hollow Knight, compared to Silksong. But I'll need to somehow find a way to communicate that marketing thing. And I think I'm still struggling with it. Like it's going to be there. It's going to be an ongoing thing of like, to me, this is deeper and more interesting, or at least has the chance to be. So how do I find the sort of strengths in this approach, and how do I market those strengths? Assuming they exist. And we're still working on this stuff. Like this is all work in progress, prototyping stuff. So it's not great yet. Why doesn't it do the clank? Yeah, and there's a difference in terms of enemy volume as well. Like in Hollow Knight, you know, you can throw 3 of the same enemy at the player at once, and it's just like you get through them, and it's, you know, they're gone. You don't think twice about it. You fight the same enemy 7 times in a minute. In this, like, a minute of gameplay is 1 enemy. For this particular enemy, anyway. I've heard that there is a Prince of Persia game that does parries in an interesting way. Yeah, so you won't be able to mash buttons later, but you can mash buttons earlier. Anyway, I want to get through what I'm doing right now. So I might need to go into focus mode. So this fills, and then right now the pressure bar. Hey, Game Devable. I can send you the link to it, but I delisted the video for other reasons. So maybe I'll send you the link. If you DM me on Discord or something, I'll send it to you. No, there's no one-shotting in Insignia. There's no leveling up. Yeah, it's a bit different. I'm sort of going more for the Sekiro approach, where there are directional attacks that the enemies do. So it's less about unblockable or blockable, or like you must parry, and more about this is a forward attack, so you parry backwards. You know, he's attacking forwards, whereas like over here, this guy has a couple of different attacks. That's an overhead, so I attack upwards at it. That you have to jump. That you swing upwards. That we run away from. That we step back. Yeah, we've discussed it. I haven't decided to do that though. When you, in Insignia, you basically revive at every room. Right now, there's no, I don't have like checkpoints yet. You can move past enemies. You don't have to fight them. And it's not a chore. That's what the game is. That's where the fun is. That's like saying in Dark Souls it's a chore. Like Dark Souls is just enemies the whole game. That's where the gameplay is. And yeah, it's anticipation frames. You know, you look at the enemy. You can hold guard and watch. You know, that's a forward attack. So anyway, all of these things are on me to solve. So let me solve them. Correct. But again, it's one of those things where I have to explain that to people. Right now I can't see chat, so I'm just going to keep working for a while. I genuinely can't see chat. I dismissed the chat bar. Okay, so we need to figure out, I guess, pressure. That depletion that I was talking about before. I suppose it could happen on knockdown. So then pressure, reset, could have a public void reset, could have a float. Buffer time equals 0. And then we could just do a coroutine. What am I missing here? Why can't I use coroutines? Am I missing something? Oh, is it a mono behavior thing? It might be mono behavior. Oof. I don't really want to do that. Okay, we'll do it a different way. But this class doesn't have a time. That's why. Instead, I think we should say, okay, where does this reset come from? On stun complete. Oh, I have an update loop that I'm pulling from life. Okay, well, whatever. bring you back, chat. And then this 3, we need to remove. Hey, Karamba, welcome. That was better. Could even just be 1 second, I don't mind. The only thing is that the pressure bar, when it explodes to broken behavior, I think we say back value renderer fill amount equals 1, but then here we could just call it 0. Okay, that's good, that's good. Flashing, flashing, flashing. I think 1 second is now too short. I think it should go back to... .5. But I think this reset needs to happen. Right now it's happening on stun complete, which is happening here. And instead I want this to be here. If we're doing knockdown and we finish because of knockdown, it's tough because I don't have a clear point where your like combo is supposed to end, and this is supposed to happen on like a per enemy basis. So hang on a second. So the question is, what should happen during this pressure state? Do enemies get to keep doing their own thing? Does it matter? Is it just circumstantial? Should the player know when the pressure gauge is about to run out? I think it would be better if it was clear. And in this case, like it would be after all that juggling. Yeah, I think I know what I want it to be. I think it's like the enemy should be basically a ragdoll for at least, say, 3 seconds in this case. and then, or like there should be like a value that the stun module can check to say how long have we been pressured for, pressure broken. If we've been pressure broken for like 2 seconds, we should stay knocked down until the player like. It's like the Street Fighter dizzy thing. Like it should stay in this state for a certain amount of time. So, again, this is starting to feel like it's a state pattern. And we should just employ the typical states. It seems the sound effects need further improvement. Well, the game is work in progress, so the sound effects are getting further improvement. We had a meeting today about them. On stream, actually. So, challenging, because I think that the biggest disconnect here that we've got is that we're almost about to start creating like a second behavior tree in this context, and it feels wrong to do that. It's like, here's the character, here's like the possible things they could be doing with their animations. And then separately to this, here is their bar and their secondary bar, and here's what's happening with the bar. It's broken, it's flashing, it's whatever. Now, Street Fighter does do this, but what it does is it says as soon as the player is in this dizzy state where the bar is flashing, this is essentially it locks. There's like one animation, which is the dizzy, that the character is essentially locked in with this. So if this is doing that, the character is dizzy. As soon as you do a combo and you drop the combo, they can act again. Now, this isn't Street Fighter because it's not it's not a fighting game, which means there's player versus environment, and there are lots of different enemies, and they all want to behave differently to each other. So the question here is, are there other, like Street Fighter also has Burnout in the most recent one, and Burnout, the character goes gray essentially during this meter being depleted. And so when they're gray, they can't defend you anymore, but they can do everything else they would have otherwise been able to do because they're a player character, right? Somebody's controlling them. Now, my choice, what I have to determine is which of those two I want to do. Classic dizzy or disadvantage state. And in Street Fighter, when they do have the disadvantage state, the character goes into like a hunch the whole time. They look different. So there is a visual difference. Now the challenge we have is that we're pixel artists. So the pixel art would need to basically be changed, which means that we are running up against a production limitation for what is a gameplay decision. And I'm okay with that. I just need to think about what it means. Hey, Rhyme. I took down the VOD just for privacy concerns, but just that specific VOD, unfortunately. Let me just break it down. So either every enemy reacts the same way, or it's different per enemy. If every enemy reacts the same way, they either can move and attack during dizzy, or are caught in a stun state. It wasn't a majorly productive day. I did some art, and I tested somebody's game, and we talked about NVIDIA. Don't worry too much. You didn't miss out on much. Or it's different per enemy. Sometimes they get stunned. Sometimes they get to attack, or whatever. Now, I would prefer this. My values here are everything should have visual feedback, and players should be able to infer what's happening or going to happen. Okay. I think that do you know whether the music you use for this stream is on Spotify or Amazon? Nope. It's just on YouTube. You can find it at gamechops.com. It might be on Spotify or Amazon, but you'd have to go to gamechops.com to check. And they already have playlists associated with them. These are all of the tracks are basically the chill tracks from Game Chops, the chill albums. So all of the music here is able to be streamed. These are the places where you can find it. So yeah, you can probably just go to Spotify and just go to that label, the Game Chops label, and just play their music all day. It's all Creative Commons. Okay, so this compels me, I think. If I want to satisfy these two, then I think I have to do this one. Which means I might need a stun idle that's not knockdown, or knockdown needs to be very different. What did I think of your idea, Shipla? A continuous combo is dizzy. I don't really understand that. Sorry, Shipla. But I do have a solution. Like, I've already made a decision. I think I'm going to make it so that they have to get caught in a stun state. And then it's like for a specific amount of time. And if they don't have a stun state, they just die, I think. Most enemies that don't have stun states only have 1 HP anyway. So in this case, once this happens, right now we've got like knockdown and get up. But I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure knockdown and get up is what we want. I think I'm going to make a global change to all enemies right now. I hate that I'm doing it, but I think it shouldn't be knocked down. It should be like slump. Like this moment here. I guess the difference is I need to be very careful here because I might be about to do something stupid. Man, this is a big decision. Sometimes when, yeah, potentially. So combat can be thought of as a flowchart, right? Between different states. And previously what I was trying to do was avoid combat always resolving down to the one state over and over again of player advantage. And what I want instead was this idea of like you're moving up and down the line of states or through the branches, one incremental step at a time. And the stun bar currently, it's basically just taking what we already had and saying once you get to this point, there's an inevitable reset point back to here. So it's doing the same thing, just further out to some extent. And so the question is, if I wanted it to be more push and pull, is there any way I could do that? Like, it should probably not feel, right now it does this, right? The bar is actually a reflection of how the state machine works. And the state machine goes like this, goes all the way up until you hit a critical point, and then it resets. That's currently what I'm designing. The flow state of the combat is going to be exactly the same. Goes up. In fact, you stay up here in what I'll call like neutral until you hit the top of the bar, and then you go to advantage. And then you get to do what you want for a little bit, and then it resets back to neutral. My concern is that is already how it feels without all this stuff. We could just take the bar away and it would feel like this. And that the thing that I want, the feeling that I want is tug of war. That's what I want. Like in Smash Brothers, the tug of war happens spatially. In Smash Brothers, there's like if we're standing here, it's neutral. If I've got you here off the edge, I've got the advantage, right? There's a sense of like, I'm winning because I'm on the stage and you're not. And yeah, they have the percentages, but you can always kind of work your way back, and it doesn't affect how the player gets to play. If they're in control of their character, they're not in hit stun, they get to move the same, whether they're at 0% or 200%. They still get to play the game. So the challenge here, no, I don't want to give Armin a bar, because the bar right now doesn't have any progressive. Nothing between here and here changes how combat feels. Now, it doesn't have to. There's no rules here. We do whatever we want. But this kind of brings me back to where I was like 2 weeks ago, where I had this thing called On Guard. Which was a way for a character to determine which state they were going to do based on how full the bar was. So they could say, oh, if we're here, I have a 75% chance to do this specific attack, which I only do when I'm red hot. Right? It's a way of the enemy having more access to more interesting and powerful things that it can do, the more pressure it has. Now, I like that a lot, in principle, but what it means is that this thing of like bar goes up, bar gets popped, 3 seconds later bar resets, that's not really right. And there's another layer to this, which is that right now there's the health bar, which is this, plus there's the bar below it. And the health bar, if the health bar can deplete while the pressure bar is going, left and right, then you can end the fight at low pressure or at high pressure, it doesn't matter. This reminds me a lot of the problem that Sekiro has. Sekiro has this exact constraint where you can kill someone without doing any damage to them in Sekiro if you just pressure them to max. There's Sekiro has this thing where there are like dots under the bar, and the dots are for the health bar. So you can knock out, like each dot is one full level, it's one full amount of health. You can, if you fill this bar and the enemy only has one dot, without even doing any damage to them, you can like do an assassination on them, stab them, and they just die immediately. There is no chipping away at their health. So I need to be really careful here about how complex this is getting and whether it's worth getting this complex. I need to be so careful. Because I'm creating dynamics here that are incentivizing gameplay to be one way or another. And the whole point of this is to find something that's interesting and unique and has potential separately to just this button mashing, spacing kind of game that it could otherwise be. But if it's not equally interesting, but just more complicated, that's not better. So I need to reflect on it a little bit more. I'll be right back. Maybe I might take 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Just going to the bathroom, getting some yogurt, and then coming back. We'll eat yogurt while we talk about it. All right. Okay, chat. All right. So let's have a think. What do we want to do? I hate being here in this spot. I hate it. And I know that it's not... It's like I'm an idealist and I want things to be good. But there's a reason There's a reason why Sekiro is not Bloodborne. And I think part of that reason is them not solving this problem very satisfyingly. And I fear that... Could you make it if an enemy gets hit with lose some pressure? Yeah, I've already thought about that. Maybe. That might be okay. So what makes this, I guess we'll just chat for a bit. This is like a pretty clear, it's a very common game design principle, or game design, I guess, what's the word? Challenge. And I don't know how many times people talk about it. I don't know if it's just like a thing people feel or if it's a real thing that people talk about in like academia. But what we're describing here is what I call competing concerns. So video games are at their best when the player has a clear sense of their choices and can plan around those choices strategically. So, you know, I could do this, but I want to do this because it matches my playstyle. So I'm going to try that, even if it's more risky. And in that context, that little hypothetical, the goal is for neither of those options to be better than the other, right? A good game, like in Overwatch, every hero has their uses. It's not that there are some heroes that are better than others, although they usually are, but you know what I mean. The goal is for your player expression to be something that you do within the bounds of a balanced game. And that fundamentally, it comes down to options. It's, do you have multiple options that reflect your playstyle or different playstyles that you can pick between? And can you min-max those options? Now here, what Insignia right now and what Sekiro in the past are doing, the proposition that we're facing is the concept of splitting the player's attention between two separate bars and what comes with that. So the player expression, player choice, the player dynamic, what it is to feel like you're in combat, that is something that if you have just one bar, then it's about when the enemy loses health, right? They're defending, they don't lose much health. They're attacking and you hit them, you know, they lose more health. So health is just the only thing that you use to modulate that stuff. And in action games specifically, the things we're talking about here happen on two different layers. There's the game rules layer, which would be the same if this was like a tabletop game. And then there's the action game layer, which is about frames per second on animations. It's about timings. It's about hitboxes. And what I'm struggling with, which is what Street Fighter struggles with, Sekiro struggles with, is this aspect of you can't procedurally very easily make the fight a little bit harder for this character, or a little bit like you probably could design a game from the ground up where like the more you block, the slower your character became. So the hit data changed because you were at a disadvantage because you've been blocking and you've been taking a bunch of punishment. So now when you punch, your character is like more tired or something. There's this notion of positive versus negative feedback loops, which is like, do you make the player feel good for doing the right thing, or do you balance them and rein them back in when they're doing well? In a single player game, you just want to make them feel good. So the feeling good really just comes down to, do you feel good because, do you feel like you earned the damage that you're doing? The struggle here for me is, if I'm not careful, I risk creating a scenario where a player sees the two strategies, right? One strategy is button mash. The other strategy is watch and parry. And I risk these being competing strategies that aren't, there's no reason why you'd pick one or the other. You just pick whichever requires you to learn the least, which is a massive failure. So as a designer, I suppose there's a few things here. There's more values that we have to recognize that we haven't yet talked about. One is minimal animations. We do not want to have to create more animations per enemy than absolutely necessary. So like when we talk about a dizzy state, it's like, do I have to actually animate characters going like this for every enemy? That's costly. That costs real money. Okay. The other one is animations get seen. Animations need to get seen. This is so important. If we create animations on an enemy, but you never see them because you're button mashing and they just go until they die, that's bad. The Hollow Knight thing works because they do only the animations for the attacks, and the animations always get seen because the enemies don't have hit stun. They don't go into defensive states. They don't go ouch. They just hit you until you hit them enough for them to be dead. These two things have to be, they cannot be violated with whatever decision we make. So, coming back to our prospects here, is there something smart I can do where I can make this interesting without it just becoming a smash fest? It really is about whether or not I let them get stunned at all, certain enemies. So like, it could be that like normal enemies, like the Marten, don't have a pressure bar. And because they don't have a pressure bar, they're always the same. You can do what you want. You attack them, they get attacked, blah, 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 right? They always act. They're always susceptible to being hurt. And other enemies, they don't, what's the word? They don't react to you hitting them unless the bar is flashing. It could be that. So what we're really doing is just unlocking access to the stun tree. I have a sense that the stun, like, I could make my life and everyone's life a lot more easier if I just remove the stun tree altogether. It's so tough because, like, honestly, I know that this game is gonna take a lot of energy to finish, and doing less is just so much better than doing more. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not, if I can't justify it, why does it deserve to exist? What's the issue with having all enemies get into a stun state once they're pressured enough? Nothing. It's just that it just turns combat into something that's a little bit... The fun needs to be in the part that comes before that then. Yeah, we're already pretty much there, Orcrus. Like, again, this is another thing. Once you start making wrinkles, you have to create more wrinkles to fix them. So like this enemy here, he takes very little damage unless you are parrying him. So when his sword is in front, and then he takes more damage, and you can do whatever you want to him once he's once he's broken. So the idea of like, yeah, breaking through an enemy's defenses, it's good. I think we're almost there. It might just be some combination. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's just the bar or not the bar, depending on whether the enemy has some sort of defensive mechanism. And so you get permission to mash on an enemy if they don't have a bar. Well, every enemy does have a hurt frame, but we don't really want for them to be stuck in like like that. We would have them go like this. We'd have them wobble if we wanted to do that. Right now, they all do have a hurt state. It's a knockdown state. So it's that, which is one frame. But that makes way more sense as one frame. Like, laying flat on the ground is different from standing up. I feel like if you're weak and you're standing up, you wouldn't, like, you would have to move, right? You'd have to be wobbling or something. And I think, like, yeah, I know. I'm going down that, in my own mind, I'm going down that little decision tree myself. Like, is it that we don't have knockdowns per se, but actually all of the stuns are like a slump state? We talked about it earlier. So that they're still standing, but they're like knocked out or something. Physics-based knockback on successful hit. I don't really know what you mean by that, BG. Like, what would that feel like? Every time you get a hit, they get knocked away? It's not even nice in Smash Brothers. I like it as it is. The getting knocked away should be something that you do on like a big final attack. Like, to me, that's where that lives. Like, just then. But there's that, what you're describing, BG, violates the core game design principle that I'm going for, which is swashbuckling. Like, the thing at the top of the whole design philosophy for the GDD for the game is the idea that there is this back and forth, this like lots of exchanges happening. I don't want to separate them. It always feels bad when I separate them. I'm trying to get away from that. Separation is something that should happen as like a punctuation point. It's a full stop, you know? It's like a big long sentence with a big exclamation mark. Knock you away. It's not one exchange, knock away, one exchange, knock away. It never feels good. At least in this context, for this game. I get it. But if I'm just answering you. That's all. I'm not upset at you. So I think I know where I am. I think I know what this should be. I'm pretty confident in it. Let's formalize it. I think I have my answers. So it's enemies only get stun bars if they react differently. Stunned versus not stunned. E.g., Martens always react when they damaged. So no point having the bar. Okay. But parrying does inflict pressure. That's exactly how it works. I parry. He just got 75% pressure because of the parry. If we just blocked, no pressure. If we just attack, only a little bit of pressure. So that is how it works. Enemies only get stun bars if they react. Stun bars act as a gateway to the stun tree. Stun bar should reset when maxed out, but yeah. Okay. Okay. think we could do other things that are kind of cool, like airborne enemies don't deplete stun. Bouncing, touching the ground. Bouncing. Getting knocked down after the timer. Maybe not. Let's leave it that away. All right. So, do I like this? I think it does all of this better. Could also say enemies cannot attack when pressure broken. So right now, what this does is it allows us to reunite. We were talking earlier about the distinction between the bar and the behavior tree. Right now, the concept is that the bar is the gateway to the behavior tree. If everything from here down is stun, then the bar is the gateway to the stun. The end. Okay, which means that the concept of poise, I might be able to delete it, actually. From the game. Because poise was previously used to determine if the enemy would flinch. It sounds like we don't have that anymore. I need to think about it. No, it would still be useful for these enemies. Like, should you just be able to walk up to this enemy and swing upwards? You know, and knock them into the air? Because right now you can do that if they're parried, you can do it. They just become ragdolls. So, like, there needs to be a concept of poise, I think. And in fact, contrary to what I've just been saying, it kind of is nice that the pressure bar, like if I max it out, I know I can juggle him And if it's not maxed out, like, I can't. Right. But then we were saying that some enemies wouldn't get the bar. In this case, the bar, these enemies would have to get the bar if there's a difference between juggling them and not juggling them. If it requires you to break something to juggle them, then I think the difference here has got to be down to something like this bar should not be yellow, or it could be yellow, but there is like a difference between this bar where he's not going to defend against himself. Like if you attack him, he still takes damage. That should be like red, but the lengthen is gray. Until you break the bar, you can't do damage to him properly. Like the little bar itself is kind of like indicating the character's interaction with you and why you can or can't do proper damage. Right now, that's determined by the hitboxes. So he flashes gray because we hit his guard box on his sword, which takes priority over the hurt box. But if it was more of a character quality, then you wouldn't be able to do that trade we just did. This right now, where we just do like 20 damage, we wouldn't be able to, like I just did 20 damage even though he's attacking me. It's not a shield, it's a property is the difference. We would be changing it to being property based. So he's just guarding all the time unless you pop the pressure bar. That would significantly change this. It would mean that enemies don't need guard boxes because their hurt boxes are guarding them at all times unless their poise broken. For this kind of enemy. I think it's better. Yeah. I think that's it. And you know what's crazy? Is I had this concept so long ago. What I'm describing is something that I came up with, this idea of different yellow bars. Like, gosh. So long ago. But I think it's right. No, I don't think I want to do that, Chipler. I'm not really... The point of this discussion is not to like add things from other games just because they exist in other games. We're trying to do less, not more. And we already do have like something that's equivalent to that in this game. It's different, but it wouldn't be better if we added a clash. Every exchange has like it should have like a winner and a loser. It's not like a draw. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing. I think I got it. I just need to digest it a little bit. Enemies only get stun bars when they react differently to pressure broken versus not pressure. Maybe we color the bar based on what kind of behavior it represents. I think I need to now also make the pressure module its own mono behavior. And then give it to all the enemies. That I want to have it. So it also needs to be optional. Let's think about what that implies then. All right, I think I need to fork this off. Yep. Alrighty. Man, I really... Hey, Mo. No worries. Yeah, I'll check it. Obviously off stream. I'll check it later. Okay. 21 references. Oof. Why do I want to do this? Why do I want to make this a separate component? I think because it has so many definitional properties about it that I would want to be able to go into the inspector and change it for a specific enemy. I think I want to do that. Do I want to assume that it exists on every enemy? I'm not sure. I think right now I am making assumptions that it exists on every enemy. I want to maximize this. This stuff is fine. This is fine. We can easily do that. That's no big deal. Okay. So where else do we have it? This respond to stagger. Something wrong about that too. Why does it do that? Oh, because we want an item drop. Okay, as long as we're doing that, we probably could still do that too. Okay, let's keep going. This doesn't have to exist anymore. And then this is where things get a bit tricky, because the poise that we have, if I look at this, where does get poise come from? Well, we actually are checking if it's null first, so that's okay too. Then there's this, which we can assume is okay. Any other place it's going to null out if I do it wrong? Here. Oh, what is that? All right. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Now, everything in the game needs one of these, annoyingly. So Armin has a life component. He now has a pressure component as well, which we attach the life component to. And we hide all that stuff. It might be nice to show the state, actually. Put life on the top. Alrighty. Oh boy. Now to do it for every enemy in the game. I guess I have to. I guess I have to. I suppose the hedgehog doesn't need a pressure, actually. Some of these characters don't. It feels like I could have put pressure in the stun module. Like in here. Hmm. Actually. Uh-huh. Yep. I think I can do this better. So I think if I make pressure a sensor behavior, sensor behaviors have set core and state machine core. And then instead of set life on start, we can say core.life core dot, is it character? Sensor behaviors have a character. So character dot life. In fact, oh my gosh, we can make it even better. Instead of life like that, we just say is character.life whenever we say that. Then we don't need to do this, and then we can just do this and do that. Get rid of that, and we're good. Then, in life, hide that, and then on awake. Not on awake, on start. Hey, Soma Games. Your videos that help me a lot on the animation side. Thank you so much. Thanks for letting me know. I'm happy. I'm happy that I was able to help you. So now we just put the pressure on the enemy, just like that, and then we don't need to plug anything into anything anymore. It just works. Much better. Then the hedgehog, back to him. Does not need one there, does not see one there, but on the stun module there is a pressure component. How's the bar? It's coming along. So maybe we need public enum pressure type, and the type is like none, or none can be the last one, maybe like well, we could say none. Okay. Then the stance determines what color the pressure bar should be. And right now, this determines what color it is determines what happens when you attack it when it's not pressured. But it doesn't determine how it reacts when it is pressured. Should also determine how it gains pressure. Not really. So then it's just a color. This is really just something that we want to like, it's kind of like enemy types. We just decide whatever we want here. So we could just call them by their color. They're just names. So then the question would be like, the Hunden, what determines his pressure gauge when you attack him? Yeah, I don't know. I do want these. I just don't know if it's something that I guess that's what we were trying to say, is that like, oh, my phone's calling me. One sec. Okay. Yeah, I don't love this. It's feeling a little bit like I'm looking it's a hammer looking for a nail, but it is what I want to happen. Do I want the bar to change color? I guess, but then it feels like I want the bar to deplete. Ugh, it's tough because then if it depletes, it starts full and then goes down over time. And then when you burst it, the background flashes, I guess, and then it fills up. Maybe like a dark gray, it fills up or something like that, which is not the worst thing to do. At least then you get a sense of what the enemy is going to be doing. I guess so. Okay, sure. Let's just go down that road. Okay. Default. None, stand guard. So let's just start with that. So then the other way to do this, now it's not that we expect them not to have one. It's that when we go to the pressure bar, no, floating life bar, you could say like that. So by default, he won't have one, and the bar is gone. Well, I'm glad that worked. Great. So now we have to go to lengthen and go to why is he reversed? Go to his stance and call it guard. And then I can make the pressure bar set its color to be I guess in this case, we could just set it whatever we want it to be. So like, we could go to the health bar and go to stagger bar and go to value and make it gray. I'm not a fan of how the bar behind it is empty though. Wait, it's not empty? Is it the... What is happening here? Is it just invisible to me because I'm crazy? Oh, it's literally there. I just can't see it because I'm crazy. Wow. Okay. Well, that's embarrassing. But like, he shouldn't have one. Yeah, he doesn't have one. So then on the Martin, your one becomes stand, the Hunden one also becomes stand. But then again, like he doesn't currently do anything different, so we shouldn't do it. It actually is perfect if I just leave it as is. Although here I want this to be over by 1 and to go all the way back, I guess. It's a different color too. It doesn't look like a different color. Oh, it's a different color to that though. That's not right. What is that color? That's 111111C. This should also be the same. Hey, Fu. Nah, that's all good. Nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with this? Why is that not updating? Is it a different file? Menu health bar components dot. Where are you saving to? What the heck? Hello? E-document insignia. Yeah, I mean, no. Where is this saved? Mark's health bar in HUD. Sprites, UI, HUD, Mark's health bar. Who's Mark? Why does he have a health bar? Brother. That looks right. That looks sufficiently dark compared to this, which looks more green. Oh my gosh, it's like a separate asset. What? Markability diamond. Oh my gosh. I can't even tell anymore. Cool. I don't know what this looked like before. Is that weird? Like, I can't remember if this extended all the way across or what. It looks okay to me now. That's not right. There we go. Okay. So, like, the hedgehog should not have one. I suppose neither should the snake, really. That shouldn't have one. I don't like that their bars are... They seem to be overlapping each other in ways I don't like. I think they should be tied to the Z sorting order of the enemy, which should also be something that I need to standardize. That doesn't seem to be maxed out either. I guess it goes all the way to the end. Yeah. But then it should also go all the way down to here as well. So then the stagger bar should actually start here. And the background should be like 3. And then this should go to 40. One. And then the item should sit on top. What the heck? Okay. even better that way. All right, and then the item. Oh, come on. All right. Item pouch icon goes there. Thank you very much. Don't have to think about it ever again. I'm so tired. Okay, so now let's just go through scene by scene and look at all the enemies that will show up and think about whether or not they should have a stagger bar. Right now, everyone who should have one has one, I think, because there aren't that many types of enemies, and the ones that definitely need one will have one. Nobody will break, which is great. The Hunden have one. I mean, like, that's all fine. That was weird. What was that? You shouldn't deflect. Well, in a way, it's actually working exactly how I would want it to behave. Okay, let's push it in. And then we go over to development, and then we merge it in. Okay. Cool. Oh, that doesn't look good. But then that changes. Oh man. I mean, I kind of like it the way that it is right now, to be honest with you. So can I... What is this color, I wonder? 191 C2C. All right, I'm going back over it. Something's wrong with the grab as well. And that too. There's something else here, which is that the pressure bar should be considered non-existent if it is disabled, if the player set theirs to none. So this does this return include inactive is false by default. Okay, great. So then on pressure, on awake, perfect. Awoke. Awoke. Hey, thanks for the follow. Dr. Amnesia. Yeah, this. So it looks like grab. Is considered, well, it has damage, so it's considered to do damage. So maybe it shouldn't do damage. State tree editor for Hunden. For state. Grab. That's better. It didn't do much though. This is supposed to be able to hit receiver. Yes, I think it is supposed to be a hit receiver. Basically this, no matter what. Okay. So then I can actually put the attack back on this at 30 damage. Go back to the game, but not before forcing him to do grab. Try again, buddy. Yeah, that's a problem. Maybe actually when we public void setup, void start. Yes, life add hit receiver this, and then this should process is core.stay get core.machine.active state branch dot contains this. Try again. What? No. No. It's just true. No. Well, oh gosh. I suppose so. Right? I guess we don't have one for grabbed. How do I know if it's grabbed? I guess if the type is grabbed. And my type is hurt, I suppose. Whoop. Whoop. Nope. 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 How is that happening? Now it's happening. Okay. Hang on. Let's compile one more time. Oh, it sort of looks like something's happening. Oh, it does. It says it's ready to do it. It does it. Wait a second. But then what happens if it does prevent contact and it does receive hit? I suppose if it should process, then what happens to victim? Victim dot. I guess I just do it. On, oh, wait a second. Grab success. Is this even real? That's on hit, but actually we don't need this anymore. And then we pass in on process hit. What? This is hard. Hey, Lathe. I'm going okay. So there's like a callback that needs to happen to both of them. To say that we got grabbed. And this is happening on the on hit for the box manager, which is coming from what determines on hit? Life on hit dot invoke happens when we apply the collision, which we only do in the event that it doesn't prevent contact. So when we go to grabbed, prevents contact is false. Prevents damage is true. Then the collision will happen. Then the rest of it should happen. So we should be able to save this and have this work. Okay, something's wrong. What happened? We just need to recompile. Tips that I wish I knew when I started. Just expect everything to take like 10 times longer than you thought it would. Just expect it to take so much longer, and then pick your projects accordingly. Okay, the grab is happening. But this moment here is not happening. He's just sort of being dropped instead of like effectively hit. So when we do grab success, apply collision to this new hit report, info.props.collision. Props equals properties. Setup comes from, I don't think we need grabbed props anymore. I think we just pass the collision info in. Info equals info. Better. And then on grab, something should break right now because I just took away a function. I just completely changed a function which previously existed. So something should break. Here, get grabbed. Okay. The thing is, we don't need to do that anymore. But whatever. Because it already, the grab already can collect the grab. The grab info when it gets passed by the life component. It already knows that. But it's okay. So, please grab me. It did the damage. It just didn't do the sound or anything else. I suppose because we... I suppose it's just like another grab instance. We need to change. We need to basically turn it into an attack instance. Also, the hit report has a collision info, it has a receiver. False, false. Correct. The collision info here will have info about debug.log. info.outcome. Because it's going to be called a grab again. But I think actually once we have apply damage at the life component, apply collision, it won't really matter. It will be fine. Why doesn't it do the hitbox? Why doesn't it do all of the attack vector stuff? Did we just get grabbed twice? Hang on a second. No. But it did apply it twice. It did try to apply it twice. And then, like, we should see the hit spark and stuff as well. Why does that not happen? And the sound effect, the pew. There's a bunch of stuff that's not happening here. But we're taking the damage. Oh, I see. What about the sound effect? Ah, because the hit report receive hit is not happening on this. Probably because it's actually stealing its own hit. So we need to change the outcome on this. We need to say is hit. Okay. Can we cheat this? Can we make this work? That's not going to happen. I built it myself, that's right. I need to register the collision as... It's not apply collision, it's life.register collision info dot. That's not going to work though, because it's going to reprocess the outcome as a grab once again. So I could say collision info dot collision dot collider dot layer. I could try to force that, but I don't want to do that. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Man. This apply collision. I suppose what we could do is go to the stun and say, well, the hit spark and the sound effect of getting hit don't live here anymore. Or these happen whenever we take damage instead of whenever we receive hit, which sounds a bit weird. Alternatively, we could just call receive hit on the stun component instead of calling life.apply collision. We could just say could just do that. That's better. That's what I wanted. So now we go there, we go here, force state grab. That's better. Cool. Much better. What's this called? Hit receiver. Okay, good. Good. So the next to do on this thing, because I got to wrap up now. This goes into the combat system page, and then the to do needs to just update enemy behaviors to take advantage of pressure model and new bar. which is, I think, this. Enemies only get stun bars if they react differently to pressure versus not. So what should happen? What should happen to enemies that currently don't, that use the old model? Enemies that use the old model should those that use the old model should have their behaviors adjusted to allow their, what are we doing? To allow to work with the pressure bar such that they no longer rely on poise to determine hit state, hurt state until the bar is full. Got it. Okay, now I can go. This was quite a crunch, you know. It's really hard to... Hey, you're back. I'm sorry. Do you want a chippy dinner? Yes. Do you want to come with me and get in it? I'm wrapping up now. Huh? I'm wrapping up now. So the thing that's like this is oftentimes, right, you have like, this is your tip, by the way, Grim Nomad, if you're still here. Oftentimes you're building like a house of cards out of code, right? And there are certain things that, you know, rest on other things, and it's very like, it can be very tenuous, you know, like, and it's not that anything's bad. It's just that when you make decisions on how things are supposed to work, you know, some things rely on other things. And so if you want to change those things, say I wanted to pull out this card, well, what's that going to affect? That's going to affect everything above it, basically. So if it's load bearing, oftentimes, you know, you've built something and you want to change something about it. Maybe you want to build something that's supposed to fit here, but like you don't have this or this, or maybe the thing you're trying to build is something that would change how this thing works. So there is this dance that you have to do, which I did all day today, which is to decide where in the current pyramid do I need to change? And does the thing that I'm doing belong, is it a change that is here? Is it a change that's here? Is it a change that's here or here? And you have to go through the mental exercise of deciding what's going to fall if you change it. And look, the goal is always to make things as flat as possible. That is the software development skill, I suppose, which is to modularize, right? Have things only have one responsibility. That way, you never end up having to worry about what's going to happen to all this if you just need to change this. But still, nonetheless, sometimes there are just refinements you want to do. Maybe you've got these tiny cards that fit inside of here, but one of them needs to go here. You know, it's like, well, I have to build this to build that so that I can put this little card here. You know, it's a lot of foresight required. And you have to sort of mentally process all of the pathways. Like you might create more work for yourself later if you don't think about it. So today we thought about it. And I think what I really liked about what we did was we ended up with a solution that had more visibility to players about enemy state and didn't double up feedback across two different systems. So now players will have a better understanding about when enemies are going to get dizzy or knocked down, and they won't have a bar that's going up that doesn't do anything. They'll only see the bar if it means something. So hopefully that gives us a bit more of the clarity we need. There's actually one more big change that this does that I haven't implemented quite yet, which is that I need to write it down as well. Implication. We should remove the guard status for Langston off of the hitboxes and instead make it a property of the pressure bar. So this is insane. This is like the most important thing. I've been talking about for the last few days the distinction between the fact that the game is an action game that has hitboxes and what the game would be like if it was a tabletop game. In a tabletop game like D&D, if an enemy is guarding, right? You know, you walk into the bar and there stands an ogre in front of you with a shield. The fact that the ogre has the shield means you can't like get around the shield. You could probably ask the DM if he would let you, but like the fact that it's guarding, let's say it's Warhammer. If it's Warhammer instead of D&D, the shield means it's guarding. The shield means it takes less damage. So there's no like extra considerations you have to make as the player because it's just doing the thing, like a turn-based RPG. Now, the change we made today moved the guard status from the hitbox, because I had guard hitboxes. It moved that to the pressure bar. So now, whether or not an enemy is going to guard your attack, specifically this enemy, is not an affect of whether or not you hit the sword or not. It's actually how filled this gray bar is. And that's much less ambiguous because previously there were frames where he didn't have a guard box, which made sense to the animation, but isn't something the player can really rationalize very well. Like, if I hit you here, okay, that's gray. But if I hit you now, that's red. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, what's the point of the bar if sometimes I can hit you and do full damage based on what you're doing? It would be great if it was all hitbox driven, but I just don't think that that's... Since there is a bar, I obviously made a decision about how the enemy should behave. If everything is working on the same logic plane, I think that's better for player comprehension than if there is some stuff that's driven by the animation and some stuff that's driven by the rules of the game. That's my logic. I think that was a good step. This is what game design is. All right. So, let's go. Where are we heading? Toggle bit. Thank you, chat. It was a pleasure. Hope you had a lot of fun. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Same thing. We'll be doing... I don't know what we'll do. But nonetheless, maybe we'll update the demo. The demo is available on Steam right now. You can wishlist the game and you can playtest as well in the most recent playtest demo with a new update coming. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today, everybody. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.